That one may be a bit more comfy. As Allerton begins the next wave. Wilbert then got a foot in and had a trickle out of play. Allerton was unable to steer it further onwards. Wilbert did well to intervene and then get it rolling for Paraskevas, who had a hit. East Hope just had to be sure and steer it away for a corner.
Great save there by Sarah East Hope, but seemingly frustrated Anna Piers-Barlow was free at the back post, but I'm sure if the Hearts can surge something from this corner, she won't be too disappointed with Paraskevas' decision making.
Hearts in need of a response. Paraskevas was hit with depth. Wilbert then kept it rolling. On for Bowen, who then gave it away, and Camilleri is on the march. One on with her, she went alone, and Olsen again had her palm stung, but nothing further. As Paraskevas went searching, was well read by Allerton. Grange set it back for Pipino. It's been a real half of control from Victoria Lions up until this point, and that's glorious from Camilleri, and Pipino was again challenged well by Wilbert. Piers-Barlow has clipped her way beyond Grange and set it on for Bowen, who's flashed it wide.
The opener for Carlton yet to be broken as Lucinda Bowen, the wonder kid in form, drags her effort just ever so wide.
That might have been the best look they've been able to craft out of this first half so far for Hart. Opportunities have been few and far between. There's Bowen. And press Pipino, who's happy to return home to East Hope. Allerton. Pipino had darted. Lovely ball into her path as well. And Pipino just steered it wide. Wasn't quite able to place it beyond Olsen. So that's the kind of creativity and freedom that Victoria Lions have really shown so far this season. Can they find a fourth before the break and really put themselves in a strong steer? Grange wins a corner. They've really been pressing this Carlton Hearts side throughout the entirety of this half. And now Piers-Barlow picked Pipino's pocket and was charging at Camilleri. And East Hope was down low, although it was more of a precaution than a preventative measure.
Decent chance there for Anna Piers-Barlow. The back post runner wasn't just quite on, so she went for the strike on her own. A decent effort, but dragged just wide.
Allerton, it's well read by Wilbert, who had 3 to beat, and then had Bryant at the back post, who struck her effort into the waiting arms of East Hope. Camilleri on for Grange. That's suave from Pipino, who sat down Piers-Barlow. On for Grange, and they'll have a corner. 2 were queuing up as well.
Remember, Ethan, Pipino is hat-trick hunting, as she's had 2 early on in this riveting match.
Corner for Camilleri, who came crashing through and crashing over. And Gisela Pipino has already had a couple of opportunities to complete that hat-trick before half-time. As Piers-Barlow lost out to Grange, and here is Pipino. Wanted to shift it onto her left. Allerton then took a touch, and Wilbert did well to dispossess both of them. Only has 1 further forward. Piers-Barlow now arriving 2. Wilbert tried to go the long way and was shown the door by Allerton.
Kobe Wilbert, in her first game back from an unfortunate injury, has shown a bit of a light.
As Piers-Barlow hits the bar. Almost a piece of brilliance to get Hart going in this game. That strike this time cut out by Camilleri, who's got options left and right. Camilleri goes alone, and Olsen again denies, then dives at the feet of Pipino.
Important save there by Emma Olsen.
60 to the break in Darabin. Victoria Lions have been at their vicious best so far. Three, and they could have had a few more. As Vonya could only help it on its way for Camilleri. Set it back for Allerton, who couldn't quite find more, and then Joffa couldn't quite find Vonya in return. East Hope direct for Camilleri, who battled with Bryant and lost out, and now Wilbert, who's wandered away from one. And then Pepino stood firm and got a good foot on it. Moore. The other way for Camilleri, who clipped it wonderfully, and Allerton just wasn't able to get her feet right for a more powerful look at Olsen. East Hope then came charging and again has cut out a direct ball, and now Moore is having a go. And Olsen gathered without much problem. Bryant in the meantime couldn't steer it round the corner. 14 seconds to the break. Is there one late opportunity for either of these sides? Victoria Lions just looking for perhaps one last opening. Can Pepino round out a hat-trick? She can't get beyond Vonya on this occasion. It'd have to be smash and grab from here for Hart. There's more for Camilleri, and the clock will beat them all. Half-time in Darebin, and Victoria Lions are halfway to the response that they require. A brilliant first-half display, a double for Pepino, and half-time in Darebin. It's Carlton Hart 0, Victoria Lions 3. We return from half-time here in Darabin, and for a side in need of a little bit of a response following a result 7 sleeps ago that didn't go their way, Victoria Lions have responded in kind to a terrific tune in that first half. 3 up against Carlton Hart, an unanswered treble for the title-chasing Lions before half-time. At the moment, it's got them back at the top of the table, though that may be temporary. Hearts, in the meantime, are wanting to cause a second-half issue as they want to keep up some of their own momentum. After a slow start to the season, they picked up back-to-back wins in recent weeks. It's something that Reese and Teresi won't want to surrender, though that's a lovely ball for Pepino. Moore tried to place it for Allerton. Bowen was in the way. And Victoria Lions have the second half's first corner in quick time as Pepino's effort was steered over. So quite the opening 20, Mason. What do you think the message might be from Reese and Teresi at the break in order for his side to try and get back into this game?
Well, Carlton did have a counter-attack or two with real goal threat that first half, but their lack of possession was the root of their downfall, as I'd say Vic Lions maybe had up to 80% of the ball in that first half. I'm sure he's telling his side to just slow it down, pass and move, and take the chances when they do come.
It's quite the controlled half from Nomeslangham's side. She certainly started the evening a little bit displeased with how the ball was being moved. Despite the fact they had a lot of possession, it did seem to be still a little bit tentative in its approach. It mirrored what we saw last week from them. Whereas after that first goal, which was quite the flick from Pepino, you saw the shackles come off. Now here is Moore, who set it back for Pepino. Quite a chaotic area. Camilleri had a yards, and Olsen pushed away for a corner.
Great save there by Emma Olsen, once again keeping her side's deficit to just 3.
Corner was fizzed across from Pepino, cut up well by Wilbert, and now Paraskevas, who had Bowen on the switch and went solo, much to some frustration from Reese Teresi, who was calling for the switch, and now Pepino is going the other way. Allerton, Camilleri. Get on for Clarissa Allerton. Bryant was watchful. Bowen got in ahead of Camilleri. Pepino then pressed and won it back well, and steered it for Camilleri off the post. But it's not cleared yet. Allerton not away from Wilbert. And they have to reset through Moore. Another great look for Camilleri as Pepino for Moore. There's number 4. Rolled in a rapture. And Victoria Lions, who had started strongly in this second half, have finally capitalised on one of the opportunities that's come their way.
That was real defensive confusion there for Carlton Hart, with an excellent first save for Emma Olsen, which was nicked onto the post, I believe, leading towards that simple in front of goal finish for Victoria Lions.
Olsen direct for Joffa, whose touch was a little loose. Had it trickle out of play. That would be just the start they wanted to this second half for Victoria Lions. 3 goals is a bit of insurance, but you can see the first and it can get a touch nervy. It's a lovely setback from Allerton for Pepino, who had 2 to go round. Allerton, Moore. Pepino couldn't take over. Piers Barlow was ensuring they were forced back. Camilleri, Allerton, Moore. Wilbert stood her ground. Setback for Allerton once more. On for Camilleri. We got around Piers Barlow, and again Olsen gets a firm palm away. Allerton tried to clip it for Camilleri, but couldn't quite. can see that creativity, the inventiveness of the first few weeks of that campaign, where we've seen Victoria Lions have to grind out results. And we saw last week what it was like when it didn't click into gear. This looks like a side who are ensuring at the moment that defeat was merely a blip on the radar, as opposed to something more substantial. Here is Pepino, who wanted to go at Wilbert, then got it back from Camilleri. Allerton. Camilleri. Patient from Victoria Lions, wanting a working opening. The 1-2 was well read by Wilbert, who is now on the charge. Two are up with her. Wilbert went alone, and East Hope got the angle spot on to gather it. Allerton, Camilleri. Set it off for Pepino, who fancied to go from range. And on the ricochet, oh yes! What a way to round out your hat-trick. Gisela Pepino with another perler. The first was blocked well. The ricochet took it into her path, and it was dispatched with certainty.
That was a finish and a half there by Gisela Pepino. The goal scorer has been nothing but prolific this evening, and you can tell with her hunger, with her intent, she's looking for more.
That is yet another hat-trick for the league's top scorer so far this season. She is hurtling towards the golden boot at a rate of knots. Simply unable to be slowed and unable to be stopped at the moment is Gisela Pepino. And here she is again, got it from Camilleri. Allerton. Pepino. Moore. It was pressed by Vonya, and then Piers Barlow too. Pepino the only other one back. And Piers Barlow got the final foot in the way. But that pressure is just a better sign of intent from Carlton Hart.
Yeah, they're down, but really, they get another goal here. They get a goal here. They could not pull something back potentially. They could really move towards their old goal-scoring form. Just weeks ago, they put 13 past Northcote.
Bit of confusion momentarily. Olsen had to clear, and now Pepino! Oh my word, that was close. Olsen would have been wrong-footed. Pepino picked the corner from whence she came, and nearly picked it out postage stamp from inside her own half. Inches from a fab fourth for her. There's Piers Barlow's flick. Allerton on for more. That's a deft touch. 6 of the best for Victoria Lions. And that, just the suavest of swivelling steers from Sarah Moore.
6 superb goals for Vic Lions this evening. Each goal better than the other. Unbelievable performance from them across the board. The Heart of New we've seen recently just don't seem to have an answer here, and this game was really put to dead with that strike from distance.
And so, where we said it was 5-1 the first time they met, that scoreline in its entirety has been superseded. As Allerton, more lost out to Piers Barlow, but you get the feeling that hunger has returned for this Lions side. They are on the prowl for a first title in a first season. And this, the kind of statement response in kind of a team who want to take the title down to the wire. Allerton threaded it on for Grange, who was well watched by Vonya. Still a plethora of time remaining in this second half. There's Olsen. Again, wasn't able to find Vonya. There just seems to be a real lack of rhythm about Carlton Hart this evening. It hasn't quite been the blistering futsal we've seen in weeks gone by. Side who have struggled more against the Lions side, who were in need of response in their own respect, and have given that in some style. As Allerton had too much on it for Camilleri, who somehow went and won it back. Allerton once more. Happy to take her time. Grange couldn't get beyond Paraskevas. His Barlow worked to yards and then had to lunge and dive and was unable to keep it in.
Poor touch there from Anna Peters-Barlow, but you can see the frustration across her and all the Carlton's women's players' faces. They're really struggling to show their heart after a near demolition by Victoria Lions.
It's of course not the only instalment this evening. And Victoria Lions, closest title challengers, will get the opportunity to respond right up next against Northcote. And then to round it all out, Aku and 1-0. A game which has real pivotal importance on how the race for a third place finish will be shaping up this season. You get the feeling if Aku win that, 1-0's look at a top three just slips away from them a little bit.
It's been a season of maybes for 1-0, you'd have to say, across the board. It's just 1 week they concede 9 to Carlton. The week prior, it's a 3-3 draw versus the title.
Lovely shift from Moore! Oh, it's a wonderful goal! Super footwork, and then a searing hit beyond Olsen. 7th heaven for Victoria Lions, and that is up there with the pick of the bunch.
Just as I was talking about, a season of maybes for 1-0. Vic Lions turn their tally from 6 to 7 as they show their class across the board this evening against Carlton Hart. Now back onto the 1-0 season of maybes. You know, they did knock points off Vic Lions, the only team besides Fitzroy to do such. And that showed what they could be, how they could play, but inconsistency really has led to their demise.
Carlton Hart have a corner, and perhaps an opportunity to chip one back. Paraskevas, it was cut out well by Grange, who Allerton wanted to give it back to, though Bowen read that situation rather well and was quickly onto it. Now for Hart, how in the time that's remaining can they go about salvaging what's been a bit of a forgettable evening? Not a reflection on the last month they've had, Mason, but certainly not a memorable one tonight.
I'd say it's really just focusing on damage control at this point, keeping the additional goals to a minimum and hopefully nicking back 1 or 2 for themselves. I'm sure that'll be the message from Reece and Trissy.
They will have to find something just to chip away. Olsen has left the net vacant. She's found by Wilbert, who then gave it away. Vonya steered it back for Paraskevas. She couldn't quite find Bowen. On for Grange. Camilleri. Allerton. Set it back for Trudy Camilleri. On for Moore, who wanted the return down the line. Wasn't quite able to do so. Wilbert just had 2 waiting on it, one of whom was Vonya. Couldn't quite steer it down the line for Bowen. This has really been the tale of the evening so far for Carlton Hart, where they've looked crisper in weeks gone by. They haven't quite been able to showcase that today. Camilleri wanted the return for Moore and just couldn't make it out for her. Carlton have had their opportunities too to blemish the clean sheet. A real opportunity. Coming into this game, we had second and third, 2 of the top 3 attacks in the league. Carlton had an opportunity to go into the top 4, though that does not look like at the moment it's transpiring. As Camilleri on for more. Camilleri again wanted to thread it. Vonya did well. Wilbert, now Bowen. And Vonya just ran out of room. If they were to see it out, it would be a first clean sheet in Series Futsal for Victoria Lions that they've been able to attain through actual on-court play. So that is also something that I'm sure Gnomes Langham has in the back of her mind. Goal difference could become a factor in terms of this title race, which at the close of the evening for both of them will have reached its halfway stage. And right now, right at this time, only a matter of points separates our title chasing two. One up next, one in the midst of a statement as it stands is Pipino. Not on only found Bowen, that's a tidy touch from Moore. On for Pipino again, who went the 1-2 with Moore. Camilleri the only other one further forward. Bowen made sure she had to go back. Moore then on the spin. Olsen spilled. Camilleri kept it rolling. Now Moore. Camilleri. Grange. Again went searching for Moore, whose spin was sharp, though Wilbert was in the way of her ball for Grange. And Sarah Moore stood firm and then kept it alive. And now Grange with Piers Barlow chasing down. And Victoria Lions want a corner. Question just being asked, though it will reside with Emma Olsen, who in turn couldn't break it long for Bowen. East Hope happy to go back for Pipino. Again steered it on for Moore, who's had many a good position so far this evening. This time set it back for Camilleri. Grange. Camilleri, Moore. That's a lovely little tiptoe around Paraskevas, though she ran out of room while trying to do so. Bowen was darting down the line. Was cut out well by Grange. Now from Moore, who's 1-2. Was just too far ahead. And it trickles out a touch. Here's Barlow. Tried to go the long way around Pipino and wasn't able to. Moore. Pipino. Can set it back for Camilleri. Bowen just happy to hold firm. Carlton Hart happy to sit in their shape. Make Victoria Lions draw them out. Paraskevas cut out well. Set it off for Wilbert, who went on the switch for Piers Barlow. Her touch was heavy, then Wilbert took over and now has a yard. At the back post was Paraskevas, quickly closed down by Grange. Scored it on the left and had the door slammed by Pipino. Bowen kept it rolling. Piers Barlow was darting, Camilleri cut it out. And Bowen on the setback blazed it wide. Again direct, again for Moore. It's a good challenge from Bowen, who couldn't clear it further than Camilleri. Now Grange. And of course on the flip side, if it were to stay this way, it would be the second time in a month that Carlton have been closed out and have not been able to impact the score sheet in a game. Though Moore is charging, had one up with her. Moore went alone and picked out the bottom corner to perfection. Ever so smooth from Sarah Moore. And Victoria Lions are responding to any sort of question marks in emphatic style.
Excellent finish there by Moore. 8th of the evening for Vic Lyons, and she's on the charge again.
They might not be done. More, not beyond Piers Barlow, who's got Bowen up with her. Piers Barlow for Bowen, who steered it wide. Another good look for her. And for someone who's been in the goals since her start to life in the top flight, a real rarity that she's scorned the 2 opportunities that have come her way this evening.
Yeah, 7 goals in her 2 games in Women's Series before this evening. Just a bit of a unfortunate night for her. Really could have had 2 to add to her tally this evening. But alas, no goals thus far. Could she change that in the minutes that remain in this game? We're just here to see.
Really has not been a night that's gone the way Hart would have liked so far. Hasn't transpired in kind, but for Victoria Lions, this is the kind of viciousness and vibrance that they showed at the start of the campaign. And now Camilleri's got a yard and also makes another fabulous stop to deny her. Corner with haste. Grange. Pepino. Moore. So back for Pepino, who then went to thread it for Grange. Bowen got a boot on it, and Vonia was happy to clear. Victoria Lions in a hurry to see how many they can make up on the goal difference. That trail will become important as Camilleri away from one. Pepino again denied brilliantly by Olsen, who was darting back across and really gathered from point blank range. And they're not done yet. Pepino is charging. Options left and right. And Moore wanted a runner who never arrived. If it were to stay this way, not only would they be a point clear for the time being, that goal difference gets reduced right down to only 8 there behind Fitzroy now in total. It's going to be a close campaign at the top of the table with the way that these 2 teams have started this season. Just how pivotal could goal difference be?
Yeah, it really could be the difference maker potentially, as the lead is just 2 as of now, I believe, and they do face each other 2 more times in the season. So next game between these 2 is a must win as Bowen takes the charge. Oh! And her chip hits the woodwork. Her tally for the evening remains 0. And look, Ethan, she really could have 3.
Has had really good looks, has Bowen. And with the type of touch she's shown in front of goal in the last couple of weeks, you would almost expect that at least one of them would have rippled the net by now. Still, for Hart, the hunt goes on.
And that way we have those alternate angles for posting.
Though for Victoria Lions, this has just added fuel to the fire as Bowen this time couldn't get round Camilleri.
Frustration for Lucinda Bowen. She keeps her cool though, but you can tell that she's really feeling the effects of these misses.
It's been that kind of night for Hart too. Bowen, Piers Barlow, has been one of immense frustration for Reece Interisi's side, as up until this point their season was having a revival after a really, really rough opening month and a half. They found a lot of performances of particular positivity, themselves back-to-back wins, and since then the evening hasn't transpired as they would have thought. It is quite the conversation now for Carlton Hart, who realistically could be 4 points adrift from the rest of the chasing pack for the top 3 come evening's end, depending on how that late kickoff goes. In the meantime, Pepino is charging. Again with 2 up with her, one of whom was Camilleri. Set it back for Grange. Pepino wasn't able to steer it for Allerton. Tonight, really, despite being the halfway stage as well of the season, you get the feeling it's moving night, really. When it comes to not just the title race, it comes to the top three, you'll start to see which teams go closer towards that chasing pack, which teams are just drawn a little bit further away. And the table could have an entirely different complexion come evening's end. We could have a new league leader, and we certainly could have another side hunting down a third place finish. In the meantime, Pepino, Allerton, they tried to walk it in, and Wilbert wasn't having any of it. Just took the sting out of it for Olsen. There's Piers Barlow, Wilberts. That's a tidy ball to find Vonya, who wanted to clip on for Joffa, though Camilleri intervenes. And now Pepino, and Camilleri, who was forced backwards and got it out of her feet in the nick of time as Hart were hunting. Allerton speared it, Camilleri kept it alive. Couldn't quite find Pepino. Wilbert was then robbed of it, and Camilleri gave it a poke. Granger's follow-in is dragged wide as Olsen was splayed and sprawled, more in desperation.
Excellent effort there, but drag just wide.
It's Wilbert. Set on for Piers Barlow. Have Hart got something to smile about? It's a good read from Grange, who's released Pepino and continued the run, though the ball was just behind her. Inside the final five here in Darabin of Friday evening's opening instalment. And so far for Victoria Lions, it has gone exactly according to plan. They will return to the top of the table, if even it's over one game. And Emma Olsen, who's been quite frustrated, it's safe to say, with her defensive line tonight, still making that frustration known. It's Camilleri backed into Paraskevas and then got a yard. Was waiting on Pepino. Joffre in retreat did well and then lost it for Camilleri. Wilbert went and won it. Pepino dangled a leg and wasn't able to pick it off. Now Joffre on for Piers Barlow, who, while trying to steer it for Paraskevas, had East Hope go and gather it. Camilleri, Allerton, who's got room to drive into. Pepino on for Camilleri, and Allerton's following. That's a glorious goal. Terrific in its orchestration and finished in much of a symphony.
That was lovely from Vic Lions. Clarissa Allerton, last season's MVP, scores Victoria Lions 9th of the evening. The captain makes it 9, and Lions strive and search for that double-digit destruction of Carlton Hart.
It has been a night of emphasis and a night where gauntlets have possibly been laid down. They were laid down last week. This feels like a second helping of such. Just in the other direction. Joffre couldn't quite steer that for Paraskevas. The goal is clear, the message is clear from Victoria Lions. They are not going anywhere in the race. They will take it as far as it can go. And though at the moment they have to play hunters, they have to hope for a Fitzroy slip-up to take the lead of the race again before those two meet for a third time. Right now they're doing their bit, and that is all that can be asked of them, as Wilberts was unable to make it beyond Moore, who then had her pocket picked by Paraskevas, and she couldn't quite steer it for Joffre. And Reese into Reese. Timeout slip in hand. It was almost teasingly in the end. Still has it in hand, still in conversation with the official. There's more. On the switch for Grange. Pepino. Placed it on again for Moore. Who was quick to steer it around the corner. Grange got away from Paraskevas, and when trying to steer it for Moore, wasn't quite able to. Again, Hart just have not had any answers tonight to the creativity that Victoria Lions have showcased. Joffa tried to go the tough way through. Grange blocked. Pepino. That's lovely as well from Gisela Pepino. On for more, and Olsen again with the top save to deny. Victoria Lions corner taken. Moore wanted to work the angle for the shot. Was forced to try and guide it for Grange. Just didn't quite have the guile to do so. There's Wilbert. Tried to steer it on for Bowen, and Piers Barlow is denied by East Hope. Side ball with haste for Wilbert, and again East Hope is able to gather quickly. She wants to go. Wilbert was lurking. Moore continued to work the yard. Olsen spilled and then was there to mop up at the second time of asking. She too goes direct. Pepino was best placed. Moore on for Grange. Pepino was lurking. And again, intervention made by Bowen. Pepino from the side ball and clipped it with enough height into the roof railing. Time ticking down in this evening's early kickoff. Results a bit of a foregone conclusion for some time. For Reece Interisi and Hart. A poor end to quite a prosperous few weeks. Whereas for Victoria Lions, this is the kind of venom that they needed to reply with. Not just a victory, but something with vigour and conviction as Allerton. Grange got in ahead of Olsen, and they will make it double digits. Just stealing in at the back post. Allerton had two to pick out. Grange just held her width superbly. The keeper wasn't able to meet her in time, and it was steered beyond superbly. 10 for Victoria Lions. There's Piers Barlow now. It's the side netting while looking for consolation. They may not be done yet though. Moore has got one up with her. Piers Barlow in retreat did well. Just to slow up Sarah Moore. Now Pepino. Wilbert did well to read it, then Grange got in a scrap. Piers Barlow came to lend a helping hand. It fell for Pepino, who recycled through Allerton. On again for Gisela Pepino. Allerton's overlap was a good one, and her shot was just one where she lost her footing when she went to strike. Touch under 70 seconds remaining as Pepino picked Bowen's pocket. Gisela Pepino unable to beat Olsen, who quickly flung it on for Piers Barlow, and East Hope has denied, though at some cost. Just a grimace initially from Emma Olsen towards her opposite number. Sarah East Hope thankfully back on her feet. Seemingly okay though, she wore it flush, it was hit firmly. Officials just checking with the Australian international as to her well-being. She says she's quite all right and able to continue. Hart shall have a side ball. And Reese Interisi wants timeout now. Inside the closing time, Hart will call a timeout. Victoria Lions have had it go their way this evening. As we head to timeout, it's Hart 0, Victoria Lions 10. We return from quite a bizarre timeout, it has to be said. Reese Interisi issued it, perhaps not knowing the amount of time remaining. And in fact issued one instead ahead of an injury-based, almost like a drop ball, which is quite amusing. Although the Hart manager will be failing to see the funny side of it this evening inside the final minute here in Darabin. Victoria Lions searching for one for the road then, as Pepino belted it into Piers Barlow, who blocked well, and now has made her way beyond beautifully. Had Bowen at the back stick. It was cut out by Camilleri, who's got options left and right. Camilleri goes alone and blazes her effort over. And still, it is eluding her. Pepino, good read. On the charge, Allerton one way, wanted to thread for Camilleri, cut out by Wilbert, who goes on a wonder and has tiptoed her way beyond three. Wilbert on return, and her ball just too far ahead of Bowen. Evening's dying embers. A momentary return to the top of the table beckons for Victoria Lions. For Carlton Hart, the momentum of late March and early April meets a rather stifled end. Full time in Darabin, a statement from the Lions that the jungle is not to be ruled by one soul just yet. It's Carlton Hart 0, Victoria Lions 10. And so, the evening's second instalment, and it sees the now, at the start of the night, league leaders, 5 unbeaten and flying in action. Fitzroy on with grit and guile against their protagonists in the Championship Challenge for this season to lead the race for the crown for the very first time this campaign, and they're on the march early against Northcote so far this evening, a Northcote side whose early season momentum seems to have slowed up. 3 straight defeats has just seen the top 3 race become a bit more difficult to come by as Frascalzo sat them all down and flicked her effort over the bar. And tonight, it's quite a different look to it for Isho Haskell's side, as they are just looking to stop a little bit of a rot that has set in around this time of year, and where Jimmy Soufis is joined by Scott Rogan on the touchline. Isho Haskell has a new addition to his, Mason Fitzgerald, who as part of the Northcote setup in the Championship, also taking a seat in the assistant manager's role. There's a Raha from range. Forces a good test out of Sims, who saved well. Fitzroy with a succession of early attacks. Abdul Latif's corner. Frascalzo. Abdul Latif, lovely 1-2. And Cal with a good intervention. Just as they were about to pull the trigger. Can see a very diligent defensive setup from this Northcote side as Araha crashes the post. Base of the upright bruised. Should get another look as well, Araha. That one blocked by Berry. Northcote might have an opportunity to now go charging. Alawi wasn't able to get through. Araha then went to mop it up. Had options further back, one of whom was McClure. Abdul Latif then came and took it off her and is going on the march. Layla Abdul Latif couldn't find a way around Arnott, who did well, not once but twice. This is a very new look Northcote this evening. It is safe to be said. Quite a few different additions, though there is plentiful supply on the bench. So you'd imagine personnel not the issue for Isho Haskell. It isn't on that Fitzroy touchline either. An ever so available side as Araha moved it on to McClure, who's played quite the part. That's a lovely ball for Abdul Latif, who sat Sims down, and then Cal came to block just as she was going to have a hit. Araha tiptoed away from Alawi. It was cut out well by Berry, who then lost out to Araha again. Cal came crashing to clear. Abdul Latif took over and was swarmed upon by Warriors, and Cal was there to clear. You can feel the ferocity with which Fitzroy are hunting that first goal. As Frascalzo spun away from Cal and clipped it off at the expense of a corner. Latif just receiving instruction from Jimmy Soufis. Frascalzo's corner cleared by Cal, only as far as Alawi, who did well to wield off Araha the first time. They were just able well enough to keep it, Northcote. Preservation will be important this evening. Cal flicked on by Frascalzo. McClure, Abdul Latif. Helped it on down the line for Amanda Araha, and Frascalzo's at the back post. And it had been coming. Fitzroy fly ahead. And where they'd been knocking on the door for just over the opening 2 minutes, they finally found a way through. Finished with freedom. Completely unmarked. Completely unattended at the back post was Claudia Frascalzo. Someone who came up massive last week against Victoria Lions, who most definitely played her part in the flipping of the title script for the first time in the campaign. And she's got Fitzroy up and running early this evening. There's Araha, wanted for Scalzo again, who got away from Cal. Set it off for McClure. For Scalzo. McClure kept the run going. The ball was just a fraction too fierce for her to be taken under. So far North could have tried to prevent the number of opportunities. Could Cal create something at the other end? Muscled off it by Abdulatif, who poked it through to perfection for McClure, who steered it on for Abdulatif, who steered her effort over. She came careening in at the back post and couldn't quite apply a finishing touch. And for the first time tonight, there is discussion on that touchline by master and apprentice, both wanting to see what they can do to work this out. It's for Scalzo, got it from Araha. McClure just dropped off. Amanda Araha kept her run and held the width well. Araha went early, and Sims denied at the near post, where Arnott was happy to hammer it away. McClure, a corner. Fitzroy prepping a change of their own. Stella Cameron getting ready for her introduction this evening. As Layla Abdulatif will be the one to make way for that first change of the night, really, for Jimmy Soufas' side. Quite an opportunity for Fitzroy this evening. They've seen Victoria Lions make up the goal difference. With the manner in which they've started this game, you get the idea that they too will be wanting to inflict some further sting on Northcote, though Arnott has went and won it for Scalzo with a ball that was a little too loose, and Cameron did well. Arnott's side ball taken, took a deflection which helped it into the palms of Elizabeth there. It has been quite the successful few days for this Fitzroy contingent in particular. Open Women's State Champions for this side. A first little bit of silverware for the season for Jimmy Soufas and Scott Rogan. They'll be hoping that isn't the only time they open the trophy cabinet come season's end. A final of fury where they were at their imposing best. And it just reinforces the feeling at that club at the moment. There's a real belief and a real unity in terms of their title charge. There's Claudia Frescalzo, finds Diana Frescalzo, who couldn't steer it beyond Cal. Now Arnott, who ran out of room. Frescalzo, one to another. Claudia was afforded a yard, Cameron came onto it and just wasn't able to catch it as sweetly as she would have liked. Sims looked direct. Arnott wanted to make an issue. Frescalzo got a flick. Northcote have a corner. Opportunity to get themselves on level terms. Berry's take. Cal game crashing through from range. Air was watchful and was able to gather coolly. Frescalzo now had options left and right. Now Claudia Frescalzo. Rowan was central. Cameron was on the switch. Berry just held off. Here is a Stella Cameron. Frescalzo. Cameron. Just taking their time, being afforded so much patience as Arnott comes across again to challenge. Frescalzo's side ball. Fitzroy hunting a second. Northcote are holding firm for the time being, though Frascalzo got a yard, tiptoed her way round, and then was denied superbly by Sims. That's a fabulous save. And now Berry could kickstart the counter, though Cameron was placed to cut it out. And cool the situation right down. Threaded for Frascalzo. Claudia on for Diana, then went and got it back. Rowan was waiting, Sims got a foot on it, and Alawi cleared. But they are searching, and they are surging towards a second. Frascalzo again. Trying to work away beyond Berry, and did so brilliantly. Frascalzo went alone. Sims denied her, and again, Alawi had to hook it away. Northcote are hanging in there. They make a change of their own. Lexi Minas makes her way on. As Frascalzo, Minas with a good first touch. Set it on for Arnott, who was challenged well by a retreating Rowan. Now Cameron, Frascalzo. Cameron is tiptoeing her way around Arnott, and again just couldn't catch it cleanly. Had she done, it might have been the end of some balletic brilliance. Now Cameron and Arnott engage in battle. Cameron did well and was given quite a forceful shove to concede a free kick. Cameron threaded on for Jaron. Now still a Cameron once more down the line for Rowan, who set it back for Frascalzo. She then momentarily left it behind. It allowed Minas to go and try and win it. Cameron with a lovely drop off. Frascalzo was tiptoeing round all four, and it took two to clear and just evade the danger. Was set for Cameron. Frascalzo. Rowan couldn't clip it beyond Berry, who couldn't clear further than Frascalzo. Now Cameron. Slid down the line for Jaron, who warded off Minas. And now Cameron, who got away from Berry. Cameron still charging. Rowan on the return. Oh, what a save that is. Fantastic from Sims. A super stop to deny Fitzroy a second. Corner taken very quickly. It's again a scramble. It's again chaotic. Minas took a tumble. Cal then cleared. And we'll start the next round. Frascalzo. Rowan kept it alive. Cameron. Jaron. Now Stella Cameron, who tiptoed beyond Berry. And rolled it back for Jaron. Frascalzo. Cameron's return was clipped tidily. Frascalzo did well to get there ahead of Cal, but wasn't able to keep it alive. Some way, somehow, Northcote are still holding firm and still hanging in there. A singular Claudia Frascalzo back post tapping the difference. As Frascalzo on for Cameron. It's a good challenge from Minas, who had to make it as well. Otherwise Cameron was charging. Arnott's not beyond Jaron. On for Frascalzo, the return for Jaron. Frascalzo, sharp swivel. Sims denied it and then clawed it away on the line. Berry, Cal. And again, all they can do is clear, but this is a magnificent goalkeeping performance, which is really keeping Northcote in the game. It's a wry smile from Isho Haskell. There's Air fancy to hit. Sims with a safe pair of hands. And went to fling it long. And Rebecca Berry just making the point that the net was vacant. So have a go instead of trying to fling it. There's Cameron. Frascalzo. Berry was clipping at the heels. Cameron took over. Now Rowan, who's rolled beyond Cal, and steadied it for Jaron, who got the most important poke at the near post. A second, that has been coming seemingly since they got the first. Fired across by Rowan. And while Jarin just worked a yard for herself. And with a near post dart, doubled Fitzroy's advantage. And Northcote, who'd been holding on, that concession of a second. Seemingly a real test of their will, while Jarin couldn't keep that alive, however. Set back for Minas. They worked themselves out of a tight situation. It's not a bad turn from Ali. This time went back for Cal. Lexi Minas, who was pressed upon by Rowan and got the final touch on it too. Instructions being given on that Northcote bench as well. Jarin worked her yards, and Sims again with a safe pair of hands and a quick roll on for Cal, who gave it away to Al Jarin. Rowan was rolling away and then was just slowed up slightly. McClure tiptoed terrifically, and Cal blocked to Rowan. Was nearly the beneficiary of a ricochet, which found its way into her path quite fortuitously. One she was able to capitalise on that occasion. Nearing the halfway stage of the first half, here in Darabin's second installation on Friday night. And so far, for Fitzroy, it is a return to the top of the table. It's a giveaway from Abdul Latif for Berry, who clipped it on for Cal. Abdul Latif then went and won it back well. Northcote press higher, as Abdul Latif has terrifically charged away from two, but couldn't get beyond Minas, who was the third. She then waited for options. Cal's got one either side and tried to thread it, but while Jarin was alert, Abdul Latif, lovely footwork once again. Couldn't get it beyond Berry, who then had a yard and was quickly blocked upon by two. And now Abdul Latif is on the charge. McClure up with her. Minas tried to shut the door. McClure kept charging and some way, somehow won it back. And Abdul Latif further forwards, though the attack petered out in the end. Ali held firm. The Fitzroy pressure, relentless. Minas, Berry, who was hustled by Rowan and did well not to concede a corner. And having been, I wouldn't say shy for the opening half of this encounter, Isho Haskell's got a bit more vocal, and Mason Fitzgerald wants time out, as to Northcote, as Abdul Latif is charging. McClure, Araha. Amanda Araha's within range and dragged her effort wide. And Northcote will get their timeout, having been hanging on for some time. Fitzroy have only added a double, as it is Fitzroy 2, Northcote 0. We return from timeout for the first time this evening. Northcote wanting to issue it, and it seems to me there's a very new look to this side tonight. The current average age, so I've been told by assistant manager Mason Fitzgerald, on the court currently is 13.8 years of age. That is putting trust in the future. And then some. As Minas was happy to work her way out of trouble. This is a real test of what this really young contingent for Northcote can do. We know what they're capable of, but this now will be a test of their pedigree. And Rowan's on her own at the back post, was denied by Sims and steered the follow-up over. Remarkable how they had not added a third. Rowan was all on her own. As Araha flicked it on for Rowan again. She was given room to turn. Minas was happy at a standoff. Threaded for McClure. On one more for Rowan. They're walking into the back post. There's number 3. And Fitzroy just turned the screw until they found an opening they couldn't refuse. Rowan's poke to the back post. Weighted perfectly. All it needed was the finishing touch. And at this point in time, this half now for Fitzroy, maybe looking down the more convincing route that they would have hoped. It's Frascalzo with a good read. Had 2 up with her. Frascalzo wanted to go alone, and Minas came across the block. Tigers searching for a surge. Frascalzo flicked it back for McClure, who crashed the effort across. There's Araha. Frascalzo. McClure just timed her run terrifically. It's a super save from Sims. Again in denial. This is some fever pitch, Fitzroy futsal. They are truly, truly looking to make this more of a rout. Northcote have got an opportunity, however, just to stall some pressure. Minas pressed by Frascalzo with too much enthusiasm. Stella Cameron getting ready on the Fitzroy bench for her reintroduction. Minas' free kick, a comfy one for Air, who was quick to fling it for Frascalzo. Now Araha wanted to work a yard, set it back for Claudia Frascalzo. Who roll Minas. Frascalzo fires in! A 4th with ferocity. The spin was remarkably sharp, and the finish was there and gone in a flash. She's got her 2nd. Fitzroy have got their 4th. As Araha is continuing to apply the pressure. Quick glance at the clock from Isho Haskell. Sent surgingly up the line. Bomber Cameron was in best position. Minas was searching for Alawi. That's well read by Arnott, who got away from Araha and then got beyond Abdul Latif too, but again couldn't steer for Alawi, who had just peeled away and worked a yard. The ball had too much force on it. Fitzroy happy to slow this half right down. There's Air on for Cameron. It's a lovely clip for Frascalzo. Her and Abdul Latif weren't on the same wavelength. Minas will let it trickle out of play. But so far for them, what was perhaps a little bit of frustration is now turning to a performance of much more joy for the time being. As Layla Abdul Latif makes a rare blunder. Arnott went surging. Cameron cut it out and then flicked it for Frascalzo, who got away from Minas and got away from Velvez just. And Araha on the setback was blocked by Arnott. Opened up invitingly for her. Shot was crashed away. Minas then got a foot in. Velvez. Frascalzo was trying to turn her way out of trouble. Minas laid a helping hand. And now Ilawi, who has got Velvez at the back post, has an option forward. Velvez on her own has steered it wide. Though that particular move is subject to much Northcote rapture on the touchline, though that may short be lived. Frascalzo one for another and couldn't find each other at the back post. Sims couldn't steer it again beyond Cameron, who's been quite diligent. That's a lovely ball for Frascalzo. Cameron made it work on the follow-in and just crashed her effort wide. Araha got inventive. Frascalzo evaded two with ease. Had many to pick out, one of whom was Cameron, who tiptoed her way around Minas. Got it back from Araha. Then had Lowry to go at. Frascalzo was on her own and finds a side netting. Again, it was lob long. Yeah, Northcote have not really been able to sustain possession in this half so far. Araha. Frascalzo, and again denied down low. Araha on the following up, brilliant. Terrific double save. First down low to deny Frascalzo, then Araha's flash at the near post. Another Fitzroy corner. Araha's take. That's a great touch from Frascalzo, who spun superbly and scored a brilliant goal. 5-star. Truly. The touch was terrific. The turn was tantalising, and the finish was one of conviction. Fitzroy have hit 5 with 5 to go before the break, and now Araha is on for Frascalzo. Cameron was with her. Frascalzo was darting, though she ran out of room. Sims in a hurry. Tried to steer it on for Velvez. Elizabeth Eyre was best pleased and best positioned to gather it. And now Cameron couldn't clip it beyond Cow. Frascalzo. Cow's challenge again. Frascalzo kept it alive. And then spun superbly. And Claudia Frascalzo's following is steered wide. That was a glaring look at a hat-trick. Northcote again led off the hook as Cameron on for Diana Frascalzo. Claudia Frascalzo was arriving. On one more was Jarin, and Cow was there to block again at the expense of a corner. While Jarin's take, Frascalzo was arriving. Velvez did well. Tried to steer it further forward for Alawi but couldn't. Berry's getting ready for reintroduction. As Frascalzo spun sharply while Jarin was looking to launch at the back post and just wasn't quite able to get there. It's a razor sharp move. There's Cow. Hustled by Jarin. And Cow couldn't get away from trouble while Jarin now has it. Has steered her way back for Frascalzo on the follow-in. Diana Frascalzo. A quick question over who got the final flick. But steered with certainty into the back post. Far corner found, and Fitzroy have hit Northcote for 6. Berry was pressed by Cameron. This half has unravelled the touch for Aisho Haskell and co. Much to his misfortune. Cal with a good foot in, now Berry. Velvez made it work. Couldn't quite find Berry on the return. Frescalzo was there, now Aljarin. Frescalzo, one to another, and they're on the charge. While Jarin with a late run, Berry was there to cut the ball out across. Not once, but twice. She was able to intervene. Cameron with haste, and too much haste for Frescalzo. Side ball taken too quickly. It's a tidy takedown from Velvez, while Jarin got a good foot in, and now Cameron can charge. Options left and right, either Frescalzo to pick, and again Cal's there to cut out the ball back. Berry with a tidy layoff. Cal away from a retreating Cameron, now Berry. Tried to steer it down the line for Velvez, but couldn't quite. But there went long, Frescalzo got a flick. And nearly steered it beyond Sims and in. For number 7. The keeper was diligent. It's Frescalzo. Upped it on for Rowan. While Jarin set it back for Frescalzo. Now Jarin once more. Frescalzo. Rowan lost out to Berry. It then fell for Cameron. Oh, it's gorgeous footwork. Set on for Frescalzo via deflection. And Rowan on the follow-in. That was blocked well by Arnott, who wore it full force. Frescalzo's corner. Cameron was there and steered it just wide of the far post. Again, another knowing glance at the clock from Aisho Haskell on the Northcote touchline. As Rowan picked off Cal's ball, and Frescalzo got in the muddle and then got out of it. Just in time for Sims to sprawl across, and Jimmy Sufas wants timeout. Just over 2 to the break then. Fitzroy reel their side in. It has been a half for them, full of superlatives, as they lead Northcote by 6-0. We return from timeout. Fitzroy in this first half. The Tigers have shown their teeth, and Northcote at the moment are in the midst of a mauling. McClure set it back for Jarin. It was well blocked by Berry. The ricochet found Rowan, who steered it back for McClure, who steered it wide. Did oh so well to work a yard for herself. He expected the neck to ripple next up. Berry's holding off Jarin. In the meantime, Sims had already touched it. Mason Fitzgerald thumps the court in frustration. It's a wry shrug, on the other hand, of his managerial counterpart Though I think the reaction of the Northcote assistant gaffer rather sums it up at the moment. Berry just setting the wall. Tick under 2 to half time. Cameron went with the chip after she got it from Frascalzo and steered her effort over. Sims goes searching. Valvez unable to take it down. Frascalzo then won it with a hand from Jarin. And now Cameron, who got it out of her feet and is on the charge. While Jarin was waiting, Berry then intervened and was swarmed on by 2 Tigers. Both waiting to pounce in pressure and doing so to good effect. Cameron, Frascalzo, Rowan wasn't able to get there. Berry then cleared. Frascalzo flicked it back for Cameron, then went and got it back. Diana Frascalzo trying to beat Cal down the line and flashed an effort across. Closing in on half time here in Darebin. And Fitzroy have been ferocious. North could have not had it go their way. Depleted though they may be. Speared on for Frascalzo. Now while Jarin, Rowan was lurking. Berry got a boot. It will be a corner. Rowan's take. Cameron came crashing. Valvez got a block, then got it back from Cal. Cleared only as far as Jarin. Cameron. Diana Frascalzo. Rowan was lurking and couldn't steer it goalward at the near post. Berry was advancing. Cameron was diligent. And now Frascalzo has 2 up with her and wins a corner. Frascalzo's take, while Jarin. Frascalzo, Rowan has again rolled it wide. Could have had a couple in the minute prior to the break, could Alicia Rowan. So searching long for Frascalzo. Again, it was dropped off a while. Jarin, smashing ball and a brilliant finish. That's a beauty of a ball from Jarin, and Cameron this time on the chip steered it into the roof of the net. Such a smooth goal. Smashing ball to pick out Cameron, and she did the rest. Had a couple of opportunities in this half, and now is there one more before half time? Frascalzo was wanting to charge and wasn't able to find a way beyond Minas. Happy to set it back for Berry. Cal was able to keep it and then played it behind Minas, who wasn't able to keep it in. Northcote 0. We return from half-time. Both managers a real opportunity for a team talk. Fitzroy, who flew through that first half, hit 7 in supreme fashion. Eyeing a return to the top of the table, but not just that. Perhaps you get the feeling eyeing a healthy buffer in terms of the goal difference to make that back after Victoria Lions. Wenton just chipped away a little bit in the evening's early kickoff. We've got a good opportunity. Abdulatif with a good read. Araha left it behind. Air had to parry. Cameron was there to clear and find Frascalzo, who was happy to oblige in returning it. Cameron charging away from Minas. Set it on for Frascalzo, who worked a yard for herself. And in the steer to the back post, Berry cut it out in the chaos. Abdulatif made sure the clearance went no further. Frascalzo happy to set it back for Araha, who threaded for Frascalzo with too much force. But that is the look into how this second half will start. And maybe what approach Fitzroy are adapting. It was very patient and prolific. That's a tidy slide from Cameron. Now Abdulatif, who with a quick turn was just able to work a yard. Cameron once more. Again, encouraged to charge, set it on for Araha, and Frascalzo was sliding and steered it wide. Still, that first second half goal is elusive. There's the flick from Cameron, did well to prevent the corner. Now Abdulatif got away from Berry, and then got away from Arnott, set it back for Cameron. Frascalzo with a lovely dummy. Abdulatif was there. Frascalzo out of vacant net. And Fitzroy had another. Such a well-worked move. Such a good dummy from Frascalzo. The initial save was good, and the following was finished with aplomb, and that is her hat-trick. Where she was hunting in the first half, Claudia Frascalzo is hat-trick getting in the second and is starting to chip away at that golden boot deficit once again. Cameron, Abdulatif, lovely tiptoe to get beyond one, to get beyond two, and the deflection took the sting out of it for Sims, who was there to go and gather it. And now Abdulatif might receive a gift. Lovely flick on for Araha, who had her effort blocked marvellously by Minas. Vital intervention. Araha, Frascalzo's flick off the post, and Cameron on the follow-in comes crashing in for another. Side ball taken with such haste. The follow-in, Cameron just anticipated better than all other comers. This is turning into quite the night. It is turning in not only to quite the goal difference boost, but it is the evening where they certainly now ascend back to the summit and ensure it's held for another week. As Abdulatif set it back for Araha, who shifted onto her left. Oh, what a save that is onto the post. Brilliant stop from Sims to deny Amanda Araha one that would have been postage stamp. She starts the next wave, however. Araha still looking, Sims spilling, and McClure was crashing. Arnott was there to hammer it away. This real performance in ferocity. One which has not been lost on Fitzroy in this second half. They are searching, though, for a third clean sheet this season as well. Back-to-back two. They shut out Victoria Lions last week. They closed out Carlton Hart a few weeks prior. As Araha this time follows in, and that will be double digits. The set piece taken far too quickly. She was the quickest to react. Space opened up from Friscalzo's run. She darted in at the near post and speared in another. That's a real summation of the evening. There's Abdul Latif on for McClure, who couldn't quite find Leila Abdul Latif in return. Friscalzo was hunting and then went and won it off Minas and just couldn't steer it beyond Sims, who was quick to fling it for Berry. Araha got a foot on it in the end and then got it from McClure. Now Abdul Latif, who went smashingly for McClure, who tiptoed. Friscalzo had all the space in the world and steered in the end of another wonderful, wonderful move. Just the way the McClure tiptoed beyond Minas. And then Friscalzo, well, she couldn't miss, really, from that kind of range. And for a Northcote side who showed some valiance in that first half, this for them is getting rather vicious. And Sims went searching long. Too long for anybody but her opposite counterpart. McClure set it on for Abdul Latif. This, a real statement of intent. Fitzroy will lead the league at the halfway stage of the season so far. And they kickstart their second half against Hart, then Aku, then 1-0, which all proceeds to the 15th of May. Next time they host Victoria Lions. Whereas for Northcote, as Abdul Latif is charging, Berry got a boot on it, Minas was then there. But for Northcote, it's the reigning champions and then Victoria Lions. So this, the first fixture really of quite a turbulent 3 weeks for Isho Haskell's side. As Rowan, McClure, Abdul Latif on for McClure, who came crashing through and scored with utter conviction. Such a smooth set from Abdul Latif. Minas came across it, short-sighted Sims. It's a thumping finish though from McClure, who is now on the charge for another. Rowan is lurking at the back post. Fitzroy will settle for a corner. McClure with height. Abdul Latif on the volley. Sims sprawled across. Abdul Latif this time flashes it wide of the far post. Both those efforts were reception of quite an impressed Fitzroy bench, none more so than Amanda Araha. Abdul Latif with a couple of looks. Came close on the volley, and then the second was steered just wide of the far post. And here she is again. That's a lovely step away from Berry. Abdul Latif unselfish this time, and Rowan adds another. It is a Fitzroy frenzy. Just the carry from Leila Abdul Latif. It's a luscious drop of the shoulder that opened up the space. Unselfishly so for Rowan, who just held the back post to herself. Fitzroy, 13 unlucky for some. Not unlucky for this set at the moment. It's given away to McClure, this time by Berry. Northcote couldn't play their way out of trouble, but Berry couldn't tiptoe away to remain in play. Abdulatif getting the instruction of, well, next off from Jimmy Soufis as Ali rolled it on for Cal, and Air was untroubled. Search long, Minas flicked it on. Northcote just can't keep it in. Abdulatif charging again. Away from Cal, set it back for McClure. Abdulatif. McClure worked it on for Rowan. Set back for Abdulatif from range. It took a deflection, which steered it wickedly wide for a corner. Corner with haste, and Rowan arrived and steered it over. Sims searched long. Cal nodded it on. Rowan. While Jarin, who was met with stern Berry resistance. Now Rowan and Frascalzo steered it on for McClure, and it does find its way in. Niamh McClure almost thought that she made a meal of it. And then on the second attempt, was just given the space to steer it beyond Sims and steer in yet another. It's a firm Fitzroy reminder of not only how quickly the goal difference can grow, but who is top of the tree in this league right now. Sims flung it on. Cal wasn't there. Elizabeth Eyre wants to keep this rolling. McClure. Frascalzo. Again on for McClure. Rowan. Who was just happy to take her time. Set it on for Wild Jarin. Now McClure. Rowan was on the switch. Frascalzo dropped in. The 1-2 was read well by Berry, who maybe has an opportunity, and was charged down by Wild Jarin as she went to shoot. Berry's take. The effort was only cut out by McClure. Minas wasn't able to put too much more on it. Frascalzo was charging and wins a corner. Frascalzo's take. Set out for Wild Jarin. Now Elizabeth Eyre's going on an adventure, while Jarin wasn't able to find her. While Jarin just awaiting the change, and now does make that change. Cameron reintroduces herself, and McClure on for Rowan, who steered it wide. A quick glance at the clock from Mason Fitzgerald, and he is wincing at how this game is transpiring. That might make its break for Rowan, although Minas came across well. One more to come, of course. Aku and 1-0. Quite an important game in how the top three race for both of those sides will shape up come the back end of the season. Azar was forced into a save, then rolled it on for McClure. Now Cameron. McClure. Rowan. Lovely turn to get away from Minas. Had Frascalzo up with her. She set back for McClure, and Rowan was there to steer it in. Yet another added. half their way to 20. And they've still got a tick under 12 to go. And see if they can find a way to get it. Berry lost out. Rowan wasn't tiptoeing beyond Minas, whose challenge was good. Amanda Araha now gets the shout. Her re-entry imminent. There's Cameron. Force Sims to tip it over for a corner. She couldn't be too short. McClure's corner for Scalzo had a yard. Sims steered it via a hand of the upright, and we'll do it all over again. Again for Scalzo the target. It might find its way all the way for Elizabeth Eyre, who was pressed and was without option and then took a tumble. Rowan just given the shout and that it will be her who makes way for Araha when that substitution is next imminent. There's McClure for Scalzo. Had many a yard. Rowan on the spin. Steered her effort wide. Claudia Friscalzo also readied and re-entering. There's Cow. Couldn't steer it any further than Cameron, and now Friscalzo, who charged away and flashed her effort wide of the far post. A real firm stamp put on the night thus far. Friscalzo will keep it. The exclamation on the bench from Niamh McClure is there's still so much time left. We're not yet at the halfway stage of this second half. As for Scalzo, those two were trying to link up down the line. And Claudia Friscalzo is not best pleased about that. She had a discussion about it with Michael Ciaris. There's maybe an opportunity for Northcote. Was almost forced to work. They got a flick from the Fitzroy keeper. Corner set for Minas, cleared away by Cameron. For Scalzo now. Has options left and right, and couldn't pick either. Velvez's effort and subsequent corner was cut out well. It was a rare foray forward for Northcote, who've been starved of it in this second half. As Elizabeth Eyre was again unbothered. Quickly flung it on for Araha. Had Friscalzo centrally and then steered it away from Cameron. And the returning ball flashed across the face, and it had nobody who was on rushing. Friscalzo couldn't steer it beyond Minas, who had two firm challenges to good effect. Leila Abdul-Latif being readied on the Fitzroy touchline. It's Friscalzo. One couldn't set it to the other. Araha, perhaps an intended target. She pulled the yard. Friscalzo then went to go and find her. And Velvez was again unable to keep it alive. Halfway stage of this second half of the middle piece of three here in Darebin. Sims was pressed by Friscalzo. Velvez wasn't able to get away from Araha. Cameron makes way. Abdul-Latif reinstated. Now Amanda Araha. On for Friscalzo, whose return was just a fraction too forceful. Friscalzo The ball was cut out. Velvez dropped off, and now Northcote maybe have an opportunity. Velvez was swarmed upon by Abdul Latif, had Cow on the switch, couldn't clip it further than Diana Friscalzo, who finds Claudia. On the switch was Araha. Encouraged to start again. Northcote themselves are unable to get anything substantial. Abdul Latif dropped it off for Amanda Araha once more. Couldn't thread it for Friscalzo, who went to make it work. And Minas wins a free kick. It's a rather robust challenge, really. This take. Velvez with a velvety touch. And then was lost out. Abdul Latif is charging. Two are up with her. Abdul Latif goes alone and is denied by Sims down low. Another Fitzroy corner. Araha's take. Friscalzo. He's trying to steer forward at the near post. Ended up being the keepers. And again, Friscalzo's not best pleased about that. Velvez lost out. Diana Friscalzo darting. Claudia Friscalzo with loose footing. And now Cow. Velvez. Abdul Latif with a firm challenge. Araha was also there to lend a helping hand. Alawi was trying to break further forward. Just couldn't quite. As Friscalzo on the swivel away from danger. Got away brilliantly. And Araha thrashes it in. Yet another for a Fitzroy side at their ferocious best. Araha just shifted a yard back onto that left foot and then really lashed it in. There is no mercy, and that continues with Friscalzo, who wins a corner. Diana Friscalzo, who won it, takes it. Araha set it back. Friscalzo wins another corner. Araha darted. Abdul Latif went round the back and was again denied by a stunning save. That's the second volley to which she's been denied, and she's caught both crisply. Now Friscalzo, and Sims pushes it away for another corner. Abdul Latif, Friscalzo. One to another. Unable to find Araha on this occasion. Minas just takes leave for Northcote. Berry reinstated, while Jarin and Cameron readied on that Fitzroy bench. So yet another reshuffle as Sims went searching. Velvez took it down well, dropped it off for Berry, who had Cow on the overlap. It was cut out by Abdul Latif, who is now charging. Friscalzo gave her the room to operate in. Araha on the switch for Claudia Friscalzo, who couldn't steer it beyond Cow. Alawi was then met by a fully pressing Diana Friscalzo. Berry was looking wrong for Velvez, only found Elizabeth there. Berry read well as Friscalzo lost out. Tried to steer it centrally, only found Abdul Latif, whose footwork was fantastic. Layla Abdul Latif is going all the way, round the keeper off the line! Unbelievable! And the follow-in is steered wide. She must have been certain she'd scored. And then Cal came crashing in on the line to spoil the fun. Abdulatif breezed beyond the lot as well. And here she is again. This time drops off for Frascalzo. Araha. It's a much more patient Fitzroy passage. Frascalzo, Abdulatif, lovely return. Frascalzo broke away from Berry, and Cal concedes the corner. Frascalzo, Abdulatif, again denied at the near post by Sims. Cal went to clear to Alawi and just wasn't able to once more. Elizabeth there steered it for Claudia Frascalzo, who warded off Berry. Not once, but twice. Diana Frascalzo. Frascalzo, Abdulatif, Araha, wide of the post. Lob long was far away in the end. Air was there to gather it, and now Frascalzo begins the next wave. Araha, who had space. Berry was then quickly to come across, happy to recycle through Abdulatif. Frascalzo holding off Alawi, who did well to go and win it. McClure was also there and got to challenge him. Cal, Berry, poked it away. Again, Alawi unable to clear. Frascalzo, Araha, stabbed it for McClure. Berry under immense pressure, and somehow Abdulatif came away with it, cleared it back for air. Araha. Still they search for an opening. Air on an adventure, fancy to go herself. And wins a corner. McClure with height. Araha. Still trying to work a yard. Cameron dropped off. McClure. Abdulatif, who is on the charge again. Again around the lots, and this time out of room. Some way, somehow tonight, Layla Abdulatif has gone on 2 solo runs, and neither have found the net. Final 5 in Darabin. Northcote want timeout. Abdulatif with a lovely swivel. And Cameron's there to pile in another. Imperious from Fitzroy, who add another to the tally. And Northcote get that timeout with essentially 5 to go. As we go to the break, it's Fitzroy 17, Northcote 0. We return from timeout. Northcote issued it. Fitzroy are looking to add as many more to their tally tonight as they can. They are desperately ready to see what they can take on the road with them with 5 to play. McClure, Rowan steered it over. Sims went searching. It's taken down well, so back for Alawi by Valvez, who then went and won it. McClure got a clip. Cameron with a much cleaner pair of feet. And then lost out to Valvez. Cameron got away with that, won it back, and then placed it behind Rowan. Berry set it back for Cal, who was swarmed upon by 2. Rowan was quickly across as well to help Jaron in that pressure. Elizabeth there. On for McClure. While Jarin again lost out to Cal, who is on the charge. Alawi was up with her, that's far too heavy to try and pick her out. This result, a foregone conclusion, has been for some time. Fitzroy have been imperious and imposing. This is some way to go back to the top of the table for a team chasing a first title for some time. They are right where they want to be, halfway stage of the season for them. They'll be on pole position to kickstart the run-in towards that title. There's Cameron. Curled it out for Air, who kept it alive. Fancied a go herself. Sims spilled it. And Cal was across the clear. Velvez, it's a good touch. Berry lost out to McClure, who won a free kick.
It's okay. With the phone? No, he's better than the phone.
There's free kick. She's within range. Rowan got a final touch. Just darting in on her own. And is that the exclamation point to quite the Fitzroy night? Entirely unmarked. A real Northcote head scratcher. An evening that has not gone their way, and Rowan is maybe wanting to inflict more pain. Cameron, Abdulatif on full first. Calzo, that'll do it. Another is piled in. A little bit of discussion over who got the final touch. Rowan did. A poke at the back post. And Fitzroy are 1 from 20. 2 sets of 10 beckoning. Alawi unable to get any room. Cameron. Abdulatif trying to tiptoe forwards.
Oh, they want the men. They want to do it for the men.
And wins a corner.
Oh, that's fine.
Taken with haste for first. Calzo! And Rowan couldn't steer it in this time. Desperately close to completing a second set of 10 on what has been Just one of those nights for Fitzroy where everything has come together as Velvez drops it off. In quick clearing fashion for Arnott. Elizabeth there for Cameron. Steered it for Abdul-Latif, who kept it alive. Waiting on Cameron's overlap, and she obliges. Abdul-Latif. Cameron almost lost out to Velvez, and the net was vacant, though Air was always best placed in retreat to go and win it. On for Frascalzo, who has a yard, and Abdul-Latif is there, and again she's denied. Alawi on for Ali, who had Velvez further forward. That's silky from Cameron, and she's got Frascalzo. Fitzroy on the charge once again. Well, she's shown backwards. Reset through Abdul-Latif, who ran out of room. Arnott. Given away for Layla Abdul-Latif, who's rolled beyond one and wasn't able to pull the trigger, was challenged as she went to shoot. Not for the first time tonight. Layla Abdul-Latif has been in a good goal scoring position and it hasn't gone away. Here is Rowan, however, and Abdul-Latif this time finally gets her finish. 2 sets of 10. Imperious in its entirety. A really ruthless performance. Comfortably the biggest winning margin of the season to date. There's Velvez for Ali. Velvez, Abdul-Latif picked her pocket, and Fitzroy are in the mood for more. Layla Abdul-Latif set it back for Cameron. Abdul-Latif. Cameron once again into the final minute. Frascalzo. Just happy to hold it off, was waiting for the space to open up for Cameron. Just couldn't quite find its way through. 1-0, Aku to finish. What has been quite the night of futsal in many a way. And Frascalzo steered it wide. But where Victoria Lions won by 10, Fitzroy have only gone and doubled it. Where one statement was made, another has been offered in retort. Frascalzo and her effort blocked. Cameron, that's a lovely pirouette. And just couldn't quite find Frascalzo on the return.
I'm not putting those goal scorers. There's no room. I'm not putting the goal scorers.
Sent long for Velvez. Now Ali. Pressed by Rowan. Arnott. Again, they run out of room. A look of acknowledgement, a handshake of acknowledgement between Jimmy Soufas and Scott Rogan down on that touchline. They know the job is long done. But they know that this is the statement that they needed to reply in kind, and Frascalzo takes one more for the road. That is the sealing stamp. On what has been a night that Fitzroy will not forget in a hurry. Time ticking down. So the league leaders at the halfway stage reply with a statement of their own, having seen the earlier issue. Full-time in Darabin, Fitzroy 21, Northcote 0. And so, to close out the season's first half, its opening act, a fixture that holds quite a lot of importance when it comes to the race of the top three. Aku and 1-0 both stop respective rots 7 sleeps ago. Now they're separated by only 5 points. That could become 2 or 8 by the end of the evening. 1-0 survived the surge from Northcote, of course, and Aku outgunned Carlton Hart in quite the shootout. Though, for QEMU's side tonight, they come in a little bit understaffed, to put it quite bluntly. It's a 1-0 team who have started Rhiannon Jacobs in goal, which is quite the sight in and of itself, so they are without any keeping options. Lara El Hayek and, of course, Selena Danila still coming back from injury, so quite a lot is on the line, and it could make for quite an entertaining close to the evening. And for Melbourne Aku, for the reigning champions, the top 3 could really be back within their own very firm grasp. For 1-0, it could reignite a blue touch paper that needs to be lit if they are to get their second half of the season and their chance at a top 3 return well and truly underway. Or, on the flip side, it could be dourly dampened on quite the frosty Friday in the middle of April here in Darebin. 2 sides in desperate need of a win, 2 sides in desperate want of a win. And now Aku on the charge with Giuliani Surly, who has steered her effort wide of the far post. It was a good run from Giuliani to pick her out too. But a very positive start from QEMU's side to the final instalment of the evening. Aisha Attic is on the bench. Joe Akon sits and resides too. Costa Frutis with a fair few more options. His substitutes are in plentiful supply. As Magro laid it back for Giuliani. Those two intertwine well. Cut out well though by now too, who shifted away from one and scored. And 1-0 have the lead. Where Aku created a chance they didn't take. Now 2 just tiptoed her way through the lots and gave it a poke beyond Rebecca Yee. just the start they needed to the night's closing act. It puts Aku under immediate pressure. It puts that top three back right within their sight. It's Galanos. Shifted it on for Smith, who gave it away to Yip, who had to work hard to keep it alive and then was dispossessed by now to Tara. Flicked it on for Karina, who then recycled through Galanos. Smith. Again for Nikki Galanos. Those two just working in tandem very well. Cut out by Mergianos. Galanos kept it alive. And now Smith, who only had one further forward, and her ball found the arms of Rebecca Yee. Giuliani dropped it off for Magro. Mergianos, who came close before 1-0 took the lead. Magro set it back for Mergianos. Now Giuliani, that's a tidy return. And Mergianos all of a sudden on the charge, and Galanos there to make a tidy challenge. This for Melbourne Aku. Approaching a season of really uncharted territory. The last time that they had suffered 6 defeats in a campaign and had a losing record at the halfway stage was an eternity ago. For a side who have won 3 titles on the spin, who came into this as essentially treble time champions. This is not the start they had envisioned, not the way that this would have panned out. There is still half a season to save it, of course. There's now 2. Got away from Magro, but not quite Giuliani, who did well. (1-0) in search of a second, in search of a bit of breathing room. Smith's take, now 2, had it ricochet up into her arm and gives away a free kick, which Giuliani's in a hurry to take. And Mergianos was up, Yip was making the run. Tara now 2 in retreat, cut it out well. Now Smith. Now 2. Back for Sadie Smith, a very patient 1-0 approach. Galanos. Tara now 2, lovely 1-2, and a good save from Rebecca Yee to deny Galanos, who was galloping forward. Galanos couldn't thread it for now 2, cut out well by Giuliani. Now Magro. Her and Giuliani happy to take their time. 2 sides who, by the looks of it, are valuing patience in possession so far this evening. At the moment 1-0, the only ones to have that pay off in any regard, as Yip couldn't re-find Magro. Have to take a step into the psyche, really, of both of these bosses. Costa Frutzis, who was absent for the first half of last Friday, celebrating Orthodox Easter. He's restored to the touchline tonight. But for QE Mew, this must be quite the head shrinker in order to come to terms with the way this season has started for him and his outfit. Tara now 2, cut out by Mergianos, who's got beyond and all of a sudden had an opportunity to break. Smith with a firm and good challenge. Now Karina now 2, Galanos one way, and on the other is Smith, who's lashed her effort wide. A good pace though at which 1-0 break. He went long. Mergianos held up and was confronted with a sea of blue. Cleared only as far as Yipu had a go, and Jacobs is most unbothered by it. Galanos. Happy to be patient. Tara now 2. Wanted to leave it and got round Magro well. Wasn't able to keep going on with it. Now 2. Steered it on for Galanos, who's within range, and Rebecca Yee got down to make the save. 1-0 corner. A real potency about the way in which they've started this game. Taken again for Galanos, who darted in at the back post. It's a good whip from Smith. Just didn't quite have the finishing flourish. Smith once more, on for Galanos, and again Yi denies. And now the break is on for Mergianos and Melbourne Aku. Magro was on further, and Rhiannon Jacobs makes a good save at her near post. Aku corner, Mergianos was the target, got it and gave it with Giuliani. Cut out well by now two. Now Galanos on for Smith. Again, patience for Sadie Smith, who worked it on for Karina now too. That was cleverly helped and returned by Galanos. Now two had a yards and again couldn't pull the trigger. Yip was in retreat trying to make the challenge. Karina now too came crashing through, and now Magro, who is on the march and went early but to no avail. Jacobs long, nodded on by Giuliani. Mergianos warded off Galanos. Annabelle Mergianos with balletic feet. Magro gave it a drive. Tara now too was there to go and win it. Dropped it off for Karina now too. Giuliani got a foot in, though that's all she could get. Zamaya. Hooked it on for Galanos. Giuliani's press was good. Yip's touch was loose, otherwise Giuliani might have been in. Zamaya now with an opportunity. Wanted to drop it for Tara now too, but that was too heavy.
Can't you turn it around? No, just look at the front.
Giuliani, Mergianos, who kept going, did Annabelle Mergianos. Galanos got a foot in, and it's a good effect. Quite an enthralling opening 6.5 minutes in Darebin. 1-0, a goal up. They've had opportunities to add to that. As Jacobs went direct for now too, and it was read well by Giuliani, who was happy to see it out of play. A real hush between these sides. As it stands, with the way it is, they'll be separated by only 2 points. And more importantly for 1-0, they have that buffer now of 4 to Carlton Hart at the foot of the table, if it is to reside this way. Now 2, dropped it for Galanos, and it's a good save from Rebecca Yi down low. Third time Galanos has been denied. And Yi's saves with increasing skill as now 2 drags her effort wide of the far post. Tara now too, just getting ready to make way. Costa Frutas appreciating the opening stint that she's put in. Hunt is her replacement and is immediately found by Jacobs. Here is Hunt. Dropped it off for Galanos. Zamaya. Had options left and right. Zamaya was given a lot of room. Galanos couldn't steer it beyond Giuliani, who held firm. Mergianos was up with her. She again is forced to retreat. Mergianos made a hash of it, and Zamaya makes them pay. 1-0 accept a gift. Melbourne Aku, architects of their own downfall. Mergianos maybe too nonchalant on that particular occasion. Picked off, and when Zamaya zipped it beyond Rebecca Yi. 1-0 have had that coming as well. A great bit of pressure throughout this first half. They've started oh so brightly. They've had the reigning champions on the back foot. There's Magro, tried to steer it for Yip. It was cut out by now too, who was wanting to charge forward. Galanos dropped off and was in turn the one which it was recycled through. Now Zamaya. Lovely footwork again, has options to steer it to, and Giuliani's there to block. Again taken in with haste. Magro blocked it, it stayed alive for now two, who got it from Galanos. And where Aku switched off, 1-0, were alert as ever. And it's such a tidy finish as well. Now two tucked it away. Bottom corner picked to perfection, and Aku want timeouts as we go to the break. It's Melbourne Aku 0, 1-0 3. We return from timeout for the first time in the night's final instalment. So far, it is 8 minutes that have truly hurtled by. 1-0 with a quick 1-2 punch, and that forced the hand of Kiwimu and Joe Akon on the Aku touchline in order to force themselves into that timeout. Just a bit of a reset, maybe a way to stop the bleeding and the momentum as Rebecca Yee is forced to deny Karina now too. Been a fabulous start to this game from 1-0. The intensity they've played with has been hard to match. Aku haven't hit their groove yet. Not just in this game, but in this season as Zamaya. It's the side netting. And in fact, it got a flick on the way. It will be a corner. Taken with haste. Hun, now 2. Dropped off for Eliades. Here she is again, getting it back from now 2. 1-0, just patient. Oh, so patient. Eliades again. Zamaya, who has come on and been inspiring. Eliades returned it to Zamaya, who tried to drill it for now 2. That was well read by Mergianos, who then lost out. Han was on her own and flashed it wide of the post. There's Magro. A couple of words of wisdom from Joe Akon on the touchline, telling Annabelle Mergianos to play with confidence and play with expression. Something that, as someone who, having come into the Aku ranks from Northern Phoenix, now entrusted as a leader, has really taken to life in a tricky situation relatively well as Mergianos. She's made herself known as a leader in this Aku group. Tonight is a night where she will need to stand up, as will Giuliani, who has it and gets it back from Magro. That's much better from Aku. Yip's got a yards, and Eliades with a brilliant, brilliant challenge, as I am rejoined in the commentary box by Mason Fitzgerald. Welcome back, Mason. It's a pleasure to have you.
Pleasure to be here, Ethan. Just excited to see a excellent tie ahead of us. Melbourne Aku with a depleted squad versus the inconsistent yet occasionally amazing 1-0 FC.
Inconsistency so far, it's safe to say, has really cost 1-0 so far this season. You get to the halfway stage. You remember looking back to the start of the campaign in February, everyone thought that this would be a team that would certainly be in the top 3 mix, and although they are at this point in time, I think their expectations would have been to maybe be top 4 instead of towards the foot.
Yeah, that's the reality of the heated competition that we have the pleasure of commentating today, Ethan. It is anyone's game on any given day.
Just to go through the evening so far for you. Victoria Lions made one statement. Fitzroy followed in kind with another. And at the moment, 1-0 are in the midst of doing the same. This would take them right back into the mix of that top 3 hunt. As Eliades lost out to Yip on this occasion, just past the halfway stage of this final first half for your Friday in Darebin. What a night it's been. At the moment, this is more akin to the 1-0 that we saw towards the back end of last season. Omergianos sat down Rhiannon Jacobs, who was pouring at it, and at the 3rd time of asking, finally got it, and there's been a collision between Yip and Hun. Both of them, though, seem to be walking it off. That's the last thing Aku can afford right now, is another injury.
Yeah, I heard moments before the kickoff, they only had 3 confirmed players. And there was talk of Aisha Attic actually stepping onto the pitch, but luckily enough, they have found their fill-ins, they have found those replacements, and, you know, though the scoreline may be 3-0, they have stepped up, and you have to respect that.
Aisha Attic is on the bench, ready and waiting, just in case, for Kirimu and Joe Akon this evening. It's good to see Costa Fruitus as well back on the 1-0 touchline. He's been vacant for a week or so, but now seeming to be back at the helm, that truly managerial figure as Hun got away from Giuliani. Hannah then took over, set it back for Eliades. Samaya was one option. Hun then tried to drop it to her. Yip one in. Giuliani went charging and got through and dragged her effort wide. The best look they've had in this half, and it was one she snatched at a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit of a rushed effort there. You know, their first real attempt to break their own deadlock of the evening, but it was dragged. She dragged her effort wide, and now 1-0 have taken a counter-attack here.
Samaya puts it off for Hun. Eliades again returned it for Hun. Yip was there. That's a lovely little change of footing to get away. A very patient half from 1-0 so far. Been excellent in their execution over there. That's a bit of a giveaway from Eliades. Now Giuliani. Magro. Yip. Giuliani had Mergianos on the switch and went there. It's tidily worked out of the 1-0 press. Mergianos, Yip. Happy to set it back for Annabelle Mergianos. Magro, Eliades was swarming. It fell for Hun, who went looking, and now Giuliani has won it back. There is a shout, as Giuliani didn't need any help. All of the wondering was where her support was, and she went on her own to score rather wonderfully.
Excellent finish there. As Melbourne Aku's other 3 players on the pitch decided not to give her an option, but she did not need one.
It's a gorgeous Giuliani run. And Aku have got themselves off the mark, and they've got themselves something to chip away at now. 1-0 have made a habit of starting quickly and fizzling out this season as well. Side who have scored streakily and then been held as Giuliani is in once again and scores once again. 2 in next to no time, and they are right back in the mix.
She doubles her tally and doubles the score on the board for Melbourne Aku. Very, very, very good job by her, as she's brought Melbourne Aku, who have a depleted squad tonight, right back into this game.
Giuliani at the double. 2 crisp finishes. And where they were 3-0 down a minute and a half ago, it's now 3-2, though Zamaya is lurking, and 1-0 have a corner in retort.
Costa Fruits is aside, just hoping to slow down the Melbourne Aku momentum with this corner.
Can they capitalise from it? Tara now 2 has lost out. Mergianos picked her pocket, and those 2 both find themselves in the book. Now, that is much to the disappointment of Joe Akon, because they had the free kick won, but also temperament is going to be another thing that is of the utmost importance tonight.
Temper's really boiling over here as an aspect of leadership really loses her head there in Annabelle Mergianos. You can understand as the collision came together, but just interesting to see how that frustration takes on throughout the rest of this evening.
So she is now walking the tightrope for 27 minutes and 6 seconds of stop clock futsal, and is immediately found by Magro. Mergianos tipped it away from Galanos, returned it for Magro, who was pressed upon by Hannah, who went and won it, went early, Yi saved, although it was an awkward one. The ricochet found Galanos, who couldn't tiptoe away beyond more, and Mergianos on that occasion keeps her cool and switches out for Yip. Tidily done. Magro. Mergianos gave it away when looking for Giuliani, now to the recipient. Happy to set it back, Karina Fatara now too, whose efforts took a deflection, and it will be a corner.
Just quickly, Ethan, let's just say Annabelle Mergianos was to get that potential red card in the 27 minutes remaining in this game. That would leave Melbourne Aku with only Aisha Attic on the bench. The goalkeeper and the shot stopper. Would she have to play on the pitch, or would Melbourne Aku continue the match with just 4?
I would assume she, after the time had been served, could come on. Though, she's in goalkeeping kit, which seems to be a touch problematic. But here is Mergianos, who, having picked Galanos' pocket, then got round now too, and Giuliani, who is hat-trick hunting, goes unselfish, and Galanos made the block, and she had to. All of a sudden, they had a glimpse of 3-3, and now 1-0 go the other way. Hannah not beyond Magro, who did superbly. What a passage that was. Now 2. Hannah, Karina now 2 on the return. I'm going to drop it off for Tara now 2, who went from range, and Rebecca Yee was undeterred.
Just touching back on the new faces to this Melbourne Aku squad just for tonight's game. And, you know, early on in the season they did have to, unfortunately, forfeit a match. But luckily enough, the 3-time reigning champions, the defenders, managed to string together, I'd say, a fairly impressive squad for tonight, actually, as the connection between the players continues. I believe Costa Frutis has handed in his timeout card here. Not happy with what his side's showing and the momentum the Melbourne Aku have developed in the past few minutes.
Yep, gave it a hit. That's a good save from Jacobs down low. Galanos kept it in. Took a ricochet off Mergianos, and there will be that timeout for 1-0. So Costa Frutis maybe just a little bit frustrated. They were 3-0 up, although a quick fire double from Giuliani has got them on the verge of being reined in. As we go to timeout, it's Aku 2, 1-0 3. We return from timeout. 1-0, who were 3-0 up, are just being reined in slowly by Melbourne Aku. Giuliani at the double, although Sadie Smith is looking to change that. Rebecca Yee with a safe pair of hands. Magianos, who is on a yellow and must be, quite frankly, incredibly cautious in the rest of this game and the way it transpires. Temperament is of the utmost importance for Aku at the moment. And here is Mergianos marauding her way forward, tiptoeing her way wonderfully. Yip, Giuliani, who's on a hat-trick, still has to wait for that to come to fruition. Bodies on the line for 1-0 inside the final 5 in Darabin. Before the break, is there a late twist to the first half script? Yep, Magro then took over and wasn't quite able to keep it in. Side ball with haste, now 2. Lost out, and now Giuliani, who's got one up with her. Giuliani goes alone again, and this time is denied by Jacobs, who was there to prevent a hat-trick and there to prevent an equaliser. Now 2. One to another, and it's chopped off for Galanos, who couldn't find Smith. 1-0 just lacking a bit of rhythm at this point in time. Really, since they hit that third, that quick 1-2 punch, they have flattened a bit, as now 2 had a wild swipe at a shot. One which was not troubling for Rebecca Yee, who wants direction and who wants Mergianos, who again is holding off now too well. Mergianos got away from Galanos on this occasion, and Yip couldn't quite re-find her. Magro. Set back for Giuliani. Magro once more. Now 2 picked her pocket. Rebecca Yee came and didn't get there. And 1-0 have got the goal they needed. Breathing room and a buffer, courtesy of a bullish intent from Karina now 2. She came careening through. And 1-0, who had been on the verge of equaliser concession, have got themselves something to go with again. Just when they needed it. Right in the nick of time, though Mergianos squared it on for Yip, who wasn't able to apply finishing touch. And Aisha Attic just making the point that get it out of your feet and have a go is the phrase, as this time Mergianos had a yards and steered her effort wide. Now 2. Tara to Karina, who got away from Giuliani. Giuliani did brilliantly. It's a good challenge from Galanos in return. Lovely shift from Smith away from Magro, and then only into the arms of Yee, who's quickly on for Mergianos. Giuliani.
Josh, if we were to have forfeited that game, would we have been kicked out of the league?
A good read from now 2. One to another. Set back for Galanos. Smith couldn't get away from Magro.
I'm just talking about goal difference purposes.
Smith went searching. And Tara now 2.
Are you going to try to make a championship next season for women's?
A women's championship.
With outdoor players, yeah.
Are you crazy?
Rod, you can't
They're
say
just fallen into a bit of a lull. And the time is close to expiring. Oh, so close to expiring for Giuliani on that occasion. She got it away right in the nick of time, as we're heading towards the dying embers of quite the entertaining first half. So long for now, 2 over the top, who just couldn't quite apply a finishing touch on that occasion. Was rolled for Mergianos. Giuliani. Yep. Gave it away to Tara now 2. Karina now 2. Set it back for Sadie Smith. Now Galanos. She was sold short. Giuliani was there on the press.
That's great. I love it.
At least you're aware.
No, it is.
Giuliani again, starved of options and had to almost exhaust her allotted 4 to restart things. Aku just in a little bit of a good patch. Mergianos can't get beyond Galanos. Again, Mergianos the target. Her and Giuliani have tried to link up a few times. They finally get the opportunity to. On the switch for Yip from Mergianos. Set back for Magro. Now Mergianos searching. Giuliani, whose return was a good one, and Mergianos had her pocket picked by Smith at the right time. 4-1-0. And now on the charges now too. Smith couldn't get away. Giuliani was battling, and Giuliani went and won it. Options left and right. The counter could very well be on. Yip was one way, and she was forced instead to recycle through Magro. Mergianos. The switch was cut out by Tara now too. Giuliani went and won it, and was there just quickly to close the door. 70 seconds to half time. Is there one way back for Aku to chalk this down and give themselves quite the momentum boost going into the break? Or is now 2 going to have a hit? And Rebecca Yee push away for a corner. Hun in a hurry to go and get it, to go and meet it. Taken quickly for Galanos, who couldn't make more of that effort. Giuliani couldn't thread it for Mergianos inside the final minute here of the first half at DCSS. Now 2. Set back for Galanos. Was unable to be threaded. Mergianos battling with Galanos. Giuliani set it back for Magro. Again steered on for Annabelle Mergianos, who was happy to take some time. Giuliani. Magro. Is there one late look for Aku, or is the clock going to beat them? Very patient possession base, but it's got to come to something. Giuliani got beyond Galanos. Smith then came across. Galanos dropped it back for Hunt. Now Sadie Smith. He gave it away to Yip, and that might be that in terms of it. 6 seconds to go. Giuliani. Yip. The clock will beat all comers, but 1-0 have got a buffer going into the break. They were 3 up, were almost reined in, and Karina now 2 gave them a buffer. Half time in Darabin, it's Aku 2, 1-0 full. We return from half-time for the final time this evening, the final time for the first half of the season. And this game is one which has potential to truly go right down to the wire. Aku and 1-0 have already shared 6 goals in that first half, a only 2-goal buffer between the two. Aku were within 1 at one stage. 1-0 went 3-0 up, and then they almost got clawed all the way back before half-time. Giuliani is at the double. She was hat-trick hunting. She's still on that mission. Mergianos is on a booking. She best be a bit cautious. But with that being said, the futsal has flowed freely. There's not been a caginess. And now 2 is looking to turn and score within a second half minute. Astonishing. And it's 5 for 1-0.
To quote Costa Fruits as a half-time, they have this game in the palm of their hand. He spoke to his team poetically as well. And now, straight off the bounce, they've got their 5th of the evening. 6 goals to the game, turns to 7. And Mergianos could make it 8! Oh, it's excellent defending.
They've not been far away in this game for good patches of it, but the problem is for them, when 1-0 get on top and they go forward, they do look so threatening. They look quite potent. This is the kind of attacking, I guess, guile we've not really seen from this side consistently enough this season so far.
As mentioned earlier, they are a team that on any given day can get a result against any given team. From 3-3 to Vic Lions to a 9-goal loss to Carlton Hart. They can produce results whenever and wherever they want. So tonight we are really seeing some of the best of 1-0.
Now 2 wins a corner. well, on the search for yet another. They've had quite the start to this second half. They have flown out of the traps. And with just over a minute elapsed, already have themselves with another goal, with more of a buffer. Now 2 flashed across, they'll do it all over again.
There is time still, 19 minutes of stop clock futsal. It's around 45 to 50 minutes of the game left. And, you know, one goal. Oh!
And Smith steers in! And just as you were saying, one could change it. 1-0 going out of 6th. And they are starting to steer their way towards a much needed 3 points.
Costa Fruta says the game was in the palm of their hand. The 3 points may be in their back pocket now.
It was quite a way with words from the 1-0 gaffer during that half-time address. He's still in deep conversation on the touchline at the moment. They have made a surefire and steady start to this second half. They've got Aku where they want them. As Han had a go, Galanos was darting in. Rebecca spilled the initial effort and then on the other occasion rattled it into the railing. I think that is quite telling of where Aku are at the moment. It's not necessarily been their night, bar that quick glimmer in the midway point of the first half.
Wow.
Smith searching smashingly. Galanos set it back for now too, who hooked her effort quite a way over.
Just to interrupt you there, Ethan. Sorry to correct you on this, but I don't think saying it's not their night is fair. I'd almost argue it's not their season. You know, 3-time reigning champs looking for a 4th at the start, but different faces, inconsistencies within the squad, injuries. It's just, at every turn, it seems to be Aku hell.
Although they are in Evergreen, they are certainly feeling a bit of an autumnal wilt at the moment. Aku. It's a side who, having undergone a great period of success in the most recent and the most immediate of memories, now find themselves truly in the rebuild.
Couldn't have said it myself any better, Ethan.
Quite a rarity to see this side really now, not only with a losing record, they'd be 4-6 without a draw tonight if it was to continue on this way. And it looks as though it might, as now 2. Cleared it on for Hun, who set it back for Sadie Smith. This is patient from 1-0. That ball just a fraction too heavy. Margiano's got it back from Giuliani. Those two trying to work their way out of the press, though now 2 as pickpockets. And Hun didn't get it clearly, and now Giuliani's on the charge. Magro was the other option. She went to go solo. And Rhiannon Jacobs, who is deputising as keeper tonight, it's safe to say she's had a rather comfy evening up until this point in time.
Yeah, you know, as an outfield keeper, playing goals is never easy. And she's done decently, to be fair. She's had, those 2 goals she's conceded were both fierce strikes. And if she can keep it as this, and she can keep the tally of concessions to just 2, that would be a very impressive debut. Maybe a position change, perhaps.
Margianos got away from Eliades and scored. And Aku have got one back. Maybe, just maybe, the opportunity to chip away starts here. They are within 3. That was well taken by Annabelle Margianos, who is quite clearly putting that first half frustration behind her. Tidy finish from one of Aku's new girls, joined at the start of the campaign. It's been quite the turbulent introduction to life in Evergreen for her. But now, it's just starting, especially with that kind of finish, to showcase more of the futsal we saw out of her at Northern Phoenix.
She was a captain there at Northern Phoenix and has now really stepped into that leadership role alongside the bench Aisha Attic.
That's a giveaway though, and Galanos wasn't able to make her way beyond Magro. Now 2. Well, one back by Margianos. Now Giuliani. Margianos took a tumble and just wasn't best pleased about that particular piece of contact.
Sure is simmering out there, Ethan. I can see another card in the near future.
Magianos. Giuliani couldn't skip any further. So, at the end of the evening, we reached the halfway point of the season. You've been commentating for a little bit of time on Women's Series Futsal. What have you made of the first half of this campaign?
You know, as this being the outdoor portion of the season, usually you would suspect maybe less footballing talent across the futsal series world, but from the half of the season that I have commentated and the pleasure it has been, I must say this is some of the highest quality of women's sports we have to offer in the state, maybe even the country.
There's Magro, who couldn't get away from Eliades. It's been quite the topsy-turvy season so far. We maybe not would have pictured a two-horse race at the top. We wouldn't have pictured the top three battle being so tight as it has turned into, really. Even 1-0 with a win tonight, they'd be within 2 points of third, which is quite something. Considering where they were a month ago, considering the fact that points have been hard to come by so far this season for Costa Frutas' side, this would be quite the boost to their top three credentials. It would take them back above Northcote into the top four. That gap would be 2, and it would be incredibly bunched then. Only 3 points separating second bottom and third from top, as Giuliani is still waiting on that opportunity for a hat-trick. Jacobs went long, and now Tu's volley was not one she caught cleanly. Janos gave it a poke and gave Magro one to chase. Eliades happy to see it out of play. It's always an ever-changing league. It's always a fast-moving league. We've got to look up next too, as well as this evening. Next week, Fitzroy and Hart, 1-0, and Victoria Lions. And as we've seen already, that could prove a potential spanner in the works. Aku have got a Northcote side who are in need of a rebound. Joe Akon is over with the timeout sheets. He hadn't been issued one. Neither gaffer has in this second half so far. But you just have a glimpse towards next week and towards really the fixture that will come. The one you look to is 1-0 in Victoria Lions. They were the first team to take points off one of the would-be champions so far this season in a thrilling game. That one up next. Could we see another spanner thrown in the works potentially?
Well, funnily enough, Ethan, that game is the separator right now between Vic Lions and the Fitzroy Tigers. But if 1-0 can pull off similar heroics, and then if Vic Lions fail to get the 3 points against Fitzroy, that could be one step closer to Fitzroy having their name on that trophy.
It would be detrimental to drop more points from here on out. Get the feeling both sides will have to be perfect, if not as near perfect as you can be, to clinch a title. Here is now 2 on for Galanos, and the return was just behind Karina now too. But in that title running, you will have to not drop a thing, and it will be similar for the top 3 too. You get the feeling a lot of these sides, it'll be about beating who is around you, rather than trying to take points off the top 2. That is of pivotal importance, certainly for Aku next week. They face Northcote. And Hart up against Fitzroy, well, that's a tall order. Magro threaded it for Yip.
We know Carlton are capable of results that really shock everyone. One of the key ones being that 13-2 victory out of nowhere against Northcote only 3 or 4 weeks ago.
And to think that only around 6, maybe 7 weeks into the season, they were yet to get a point in this campaign, and we're yet to really kick on it. It's been quite the turnaround there. For Northcote, it's been the opposite. At that stage, they were sitting pretty in third. The fixtures have been kind to them from that point on. It's been a similar story at 1-0, although this looks like certainly a step in the right direction for Costa Frutzes and co. As Giuliani couldn't go beyond Galanos, who wasn't in turn able to keep it in.
Yeah, it was a poor 6 or 7 first weeks of Series Futsal for Carlton on their return after not being a part of the league last season. But, you know, since those weeks and the 3 to 4 weeks after, they have collected another 6 points with their 2 wins. And they really are showing that, you know, though they may not be a title contender, though they may not have started well, they do have the capability to take points off any team on any given day.
There's a set core there, as there is here, as Giuliani was able to get beyond now too. And for Aku, who've just got that breathing room at this point in time in the race for the top 3, though you get the feeling that's about to be shaved off in some way tonight. How do they, in turn, go about ensuring that even if it isn't a triple-time title defence, it does become a top 3 finish?
You know, I feel like the reigning champions are really just playing for respect now, rather than for that 4th unprecedented retention. I feel as if they do have the ability and the capability to really strike towards that 3rd place finish, especially with such quality such as Jess Au, who hasn't been playing recently, unfortunately. And really, if they just play to their ability and play how they know they should be, a top 3 finish is very likely.
You've got to say the same for 1-0 as well, who tonight have showcased the best of what we've seen from them this season, or certainly the best for a little bit of time. They must continue that race. They're only going to be 2 points behind come the close if it stays this way. They've got 12.5 minutes to ensure that happens. But if that is the case, from what's been looked at as a poor start to the season, does the script then flip to a side who we know they like to finish strong, and do then they become the ones in a more of a pole position to take that top 3 space?
Look, it's just hard to say so far, Ethan. The gap between teams from 3 to 6 is so close. We've seen anybody beat everybody. If things stay the same now, 1-0 have beat Aku, Carlton have beaten 1-0, Northcote have beaten Carlton, and Carlton have beaten Northcote. It's just anyone's die on any given day. The top 2 are probably just half a cut above the rest as of now, but who knows? We have seen the impossible become possible. For example, that infamous 3-3 draw between 1-0 and Vic Lions, where arguably 1-0 were the better team on the day.
Options definitely with how tightly bunched this league has become. Whoever finishes 3rd, that's quite coveted.
This is a big 3rd place 6-pointer for the remainder of the season.
It certainly can come across more as a crossroad for both of these sides. If Aku were to win tonight, it would all but ensure that they'd be the ones in the top 3. If 1-0 were to win, though, as it is transpiring, that shows that the road is still fraught with many twists and turns. 1-0 have got a free kick. Zamaya and now 2, the ones over it. Now 2, send it for Zamaya! Oh! Cracking effort. And a shave of varnish away from another.
That was some strike. Just centimetres away from the top left corner as Annabelle Mergianos re-emerges for the side ball. No further incidents since her early yellow card, but, you know, never too early to speak upon it.
It's a good look for Yip as well. Aku just reminding that there is a threat there. Joe Akon is loitering around the opportunity of a timeout. There's Mergianos, lost out to Eliades on this occasion. And Giuliani did well in retreat. Moved it on to Yip, now 2. From quite a range. And he does want timeout, and Aku do want timeout. So they will be reined in, the first ones to do so this second half. It's Aku 3, 1-0 6. We return from timeout. First time following the break. And so far, for Costa Frutas & Co, it's going to plan. 1-0, have not just kept their buffer from half-time, they have added on to it as well. That was chipped away at, a good effort from Hun, who was not far away from picking out the corner. 1-0 are just a tick over 11 minutes away from a first league win for a little while. But that being said, on the flip side of that, it is also a win that takes them oh so much closer to the top three. Giuliani's looking to change that and tiptoed well. And now Tu's challenge was quite a good one in that regard. Brandon Jacobs looked long. Magianos was able to go and win it. Again, Rebecca Yeat went the direct route, as she has done so often this evening. Jacobs tried to spear it. It was cut out by Giuliani. And Zamaya got a foot in just as she was looking to charge forward. Zamaya had Tu to shield off, and she did quite well in the end. Now Tu got an inadvertent flick on it as well. Tidy ball for Magro, and it's a good save from Jacobs. An important time to go and make that kind of intervention. It might have opened the door for Melbourne Aku, who have got a quarter of the game to save themselves. They have to find at least 3 to the reigning champions in order to pinch a point. 1-0 for the time being, holding firm. You can really feel that there might be a caginess creep into this side. There are patches in halves where 1-0 just lack the poise and they lack the potency that they do at the start of the half. It's a side who operate in streaks. And when they are on, they are remarkably good at putting teams away. Though, when they fall into a lull and the momentum stalls, it can be hard to refine. However, Hannah's had a good read and a good turn. Reset it to now 2. Got away from Magro. Moved it on to Zamaya, who flashed it across the face. But that is still the threat that is imminent from 1-0. You get the feeling one more could ice this game for them. It was left for Hunt to have a go. Took a deflection. It fell for Zamaya, who shifted superbly. And did not find a way to force it in. Rebecca Yee was adjudged to have been fouled. Much to a bit of conversation on that 1-0 bench. They were not best pleased about that. As, again, they go storming forward to no avail. Maybe it's a sign, though. They're just starting to refine that momentum. Aku have now got time as their enemy. Again, given away to Hannah, who moved it on to Zamaya. Just couldn't get away from Giuliani. I feel as though a 4-goal buffer would be insurmountable. Now 2. Lost out to Mergianos. Set it back for Hannah to have a go, and she wins a corner. Hannah's corner. Hunt set it back. Now 2 gave it a go, and Rebecca Yee denied. The second is slashed wide. Mergianos. Back for Giuliani. Aku were just moving themselves into trouble a little bit. Unable to get out, unable to find a lot of opportunity. There's Hannah, now 2. Returned it for Christine Hannah, who moved it on for Tara, now 2. She had Mergianos to go at. Those two have already had a coming together once this evening. Now 2. Hannah. Lost out to Giuliani, who just couldn't keep it alive. It's a very patient and controlled measure from 1-0. Who at the moment are not just soaking up time, but defensively have been solid. Magro's on the charge, however. It's a good gather from Jacobs at the second attempt. Ball long. Hun wasn't able to pluck, and Rebecca Yee flings it quickly. Giuliani. Set back for Mergianos. Mergianos. Magro. Giuliani. That's Atari, now 2. Who set it back for Hun. Now 2. Karina, now 2 from range. Wasn't far away. Magro. Tiptoed her way forward. Jacobs was quickly there to pounce on it and roll it on. For Tara, now 2. Again, cut out. And again, Mergianos this time from distance. Yip wants to give it another go. Jacobs is unbothered to watch it fly by. Now 2. Clipped well. Karina to Tara. A tidy foot in from Yip. Well, a lot of games can be a bit helter-skelter at times. This has not followed as such. It did have moments. Well, for 1-0, they are ticking down the seconds till they reach the end of a long and winding road without a win. As Giuliani wanted to steer it on for Yip and just wasn't able to. Jacobs went searching. Mergianos was the only one there, however. Aku still wanting to flood forward. Smith wasn't able to keep it in. And a bit of a Techers showcase from the manager on the touchline. There are some things you don't lose. It's Giuliani. Yep. Back for Giuliani. Was unable to thread it beyond the pair. And this is just well shut down by 1-0. They haven't offered Aku much of a glimpse since they got that third. Although here is Giuliani. Can they cause a late issue? Magro's all on her own and has steered it wide. That a good look. A really good look. to get themselves right back into this game and to maybe just cause a bit of 1-0 nerve. So long for now too, Aaron Mergianos. Again, encased in battle. Giuliani quickly for Magro. Oh, he's speared it on for Yip. Mergianos. Magro. Giuliani, lovely return. That was well read by Tara now too, who's had quite an impressive evening on the defensive end, has been diligent and watchful, as Rebecca Yee goes far too long for anybody. Jacobs this time opted to go long after being forced to retake. Karina now too did well to make a yard on Mergianos. Galanos couldn't keep it alive. Just inside the final 5 here in Darebin. 1-0, 3 up, and looking for 3 points. And realising they are getting oh so much closer as the seconds tick by. Mergianos. Magro. Gave it on to now 2. Karina set it back for Tara now 2. Yep, got in the way. Now 2 with a sharp swivel, and Rebecca Yee was there to go and claim it and quickly roll it for Mergianos, who had options left and right, but both converged. Magro tried to steer it for Giuliani, and Jacobs, after a parry and then a bit of a dawdle, was there to pick it up. There's now 2. Smith. Galanos. Tidy change of pace. Mergianos then read it well and came across. Tara now too battled hard. Giuliani did well to win it. Clipped it forward for Yip. And now Giuliani again, who's got the angle. And Jacobs at a near post remained unbeaten. Rolled it on for Karina now too. Happy to slow it down and then played one that was too heavy. That gets a little bit of frustration out of Costa Frutis. Might be the first time tonight we've seen him not be best pleased about something. Yip intervened and just about kept it alive. They went through the legs of Tara now too, but Galanos was the one there in retreat. Moved it on for Karina now too. Moved on for Sadie Smith, who couldn't find the near post. Giuliani. Yep. Galanos was in firmly, but fairly enough. Time now really ticking away. They need a goal a minute to save themselves. Would the reigning champions? As Giuliani's forced back for Magro. Now Yip. Magro wasn't able to re-find Giuliani. Jacobs speared it in for now too. Who was waiting on the runners. The only one really was Galanos, though they got into a bit of a muddle. Karina now too set it back. Tara now too fancied a hit and grazed the post. Inches from a goal that would have been the sealer. And Aku still, faint though it may be, have a pulse. Mergianos went the long clip. It was an awkward one for Jacobs, and she dealt with it well. And flung it to now two. Who got away from Yip and is happy to reset through Galanos. Smith was out of room.
Is this the worst thing I've ever done?
Giuliani. Mergianos now two. Was there to block, and Karina now two kept rolling. Her back heel was cut out. Now Mergianos. Aku have got to go now if they are to save it. That's a great read from Galanos, who is galloping. Had options up with her, one of whom was Tara now two. Giuliani got a foot in, and Giuliani went and won it, and then moved it on to Yip. And Galanos has stayed down. And she's in a bit of discomfort. And Annabelle Mergianos will steer it. And we will have a halt. Just because Nikki Galanos is still down. She gives the wave away, saying that she's all right. Costa Fruitsis, though, just making sure. Can never be too cautious.
When you jumping on the podcast.
And then embracing the courage of his contingent.
Do you actually? Hey, do you actually? Because I think. Hey, if this is as honest as you can be, yeah. Push it. Push the limits.
Except for Giuliani. Galanos went and won it. Smith set it back. That's clever from Jacobs as well, just to take this thing out. And Galanos' ball was far too heavy for Smith, who was unable to get there. As we're in the dying embers of the first half of the season. And already the table has taken some shape.
Some moody crap right here. Hey,
As Aku, the reigning champions, crestfallen though they may be in the first part of this campaign, still have a grip
Okay, well, don't stop talking like that.
in terms of the top three.
Don't talk like that.
Sadie Smith. Giuliani moved it onto Yip, couldn't steer it beyond now too. She played it behind Hun, who was unaware it was coming in her direction. Giuliani. Mergianos happy to retreat in time as we're approaching the final minutes here in Darebin. 1-0 are 60 seconds from a first win in quite some time, but also 60 seconds from shaving the gap to third down to 2 points. There's Mergianos.
Yeah, probably.
Giuliani. Magro. Wanted the return for Giuliani, although it was too much of an ask. Karina now too wanted them to get up. Was not happy
Funny name, the Series Futsal podcast is not funny.
with how deep lying her side were. Here is Giuliani. Not away from now too. Who's happy to use Hunt. Costa Frutis in the dying embers is going to issue a timeout and then has a look at the clock and decides better of it. It's almost apologetic. Instead he hands it to the commentators. We can brandish it if you'd like. Though he will be best pleased with how tonight has transpired for his side. The high fives go round on that 1-0 bench. They have showcased some of what they're capable of, and maybe a glimmer that they're getting back to their best in Season 1 of 2026. Mergianos will tick out the seconds, and 1-0 will close the gap to 2 points. Full time in Darebin for the season's first act. It's Melbourne Aku 3, 1-0 6.
في أكبر